I'm trying to remember what happened last time, but we are here. Hello, hello. Right. The Red-Headed League people were bringing them into the court for reasons. Yes, stuff. Because we're still in the middle of Barrick's trial. Yay, fun. Goody goody. Oh, no. Been a bit, hold on. I should have warmed up a bit beforehand, but that's fine. I was doing some Overwatch instead. Oops. I got my gay robot, that's all that matters. Oh, there you are, Erdo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes. I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. You're the great detective. You should be the least shocked of all of us. You should have figured that part out already. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. Calm down. But I was more shocked than all of you put together, FYI. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation. Or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Really quick thing I gotta turn on. Good. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Von Zykes discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those Leaguemen too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No, no, no. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. I mean, fair. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, sis. And it was me what took them in. Yes, we're all very proud of you, Gina. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Is that Sholmes? Is he good at law-abiding? Good, yes. Is he law-abiding? That one's a little bit more in question, I'm gonna be honest. Like, partially law-abiding. When it suits him. Indeed, yours truly. There's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't lump him in with you. Don't Tom with... Hold on. Don't Tom with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Don't Tom with the same brush... Boy, accents are weird. Yes, well... Then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zykes for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zykes, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? Possibly the same thing Barrick tried in the last trial. To prove his innocence as his prosecutor. Which is a weird thing, still. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. I can't read today. Yes, you're right. You ever try and read and your brain just goes, no reading. Not happening. Cosmo's determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Yeah, we've only had one part, and these trials just keep getting longer. It's gonna be a few weeks. We're gonna be here a while. That's fine. It's good. It's all good. Are you ready then, Mrs. Sato? Yes. Let's get back to lawyering. We are the greatest acest lawyer in this side of fucking the Pacific Ocean, I guess? I don't know. Atlantic Ocean? Yeah, technically the Atlantic. Whatever. It's so weird seeing Cosmo without the headband. Jesus Christ.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Merrick Van Dykes, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Rasoli.
My lord.
Have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, the two members of the Red-Handed League who planned and carried out the deception. I guess put way too much flag on that. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good, very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom.
You are a very small man. That's okay. I know some very small men. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may admit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. Okay, I'm trying to think of voices. You're more French looking, or sounding already. I am Fabien de Rousseau. I descended as a great Rousseau family from Nice in France. My name is I don't want to do this all the time. It started so immediately. Quiz, you're late. And your tie's on crooked. Shame on you. That's a penalty for you, Quiz. 4 more strikes and you're out of here. But welcome, hi. I'm immediately just like, oh, I don't want to do this accent. I don't want to do this accent. Fuck it. I've fucked over. I've done so many other offensive accents in this game so far. Me. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. You are such a stereotype. What the fuck is happening? No, I just realized Italian and eating all so much pasta. I am the third son of the great family de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. What do you think? Do I make a better Mario than Chris Rat? The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. They did the Mario. That was the Mario jump. You're right. Whoa! Those who graduate from them seek as the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Errors. I make my mission to get better at the world by employing the little grey cells in my brain. We just started. They just came in. Because I also had a little bit of a late start. That is all I'm trying to do. Yeah, it's the Red-Headed League. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. It really is the fucking Mario jump, like 100%. That's what that is. See, couple? Okay, question mark. Little ding. And listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say about you. Eh? Che? How are you about to tell me one of your candy anecdotes? Hindi, va? Hello, Monica. Welcome, welcome. Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this couple. And secondly, We're not the Aurelius brothers. This is serious business. Che bello! There it is, the couple's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, couple? The furrow and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it. No, couple, leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? I'd score your teeth for this without pity. The couple here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Wow, way to expose your boss's secrets like that. That's just fucking rude. Those dogs, one says they wouldn't respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for the injustice. C'est bien, tiempo. Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week. Words are hard, y'all. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. How much is that in inflation and in USD? On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. Sounds like a lot of money. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. How is the money? To France. It was a primo illegal, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. Looks over to the galley to Sholmes. You're a great detective, Mr. Himbo. But you are, in fact, the himbo of the greatest degree. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. That does not surprise me. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see the rest of my life. See, and now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Is that why you're not looking at him? Is that why you're free to actually look in his direction? Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The day for a trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. Shit, okay. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. D'Urso and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course. We are always ready to help with the law, except for when we are going against and fighting the law actively. It's a very tenuous relationship we have with the law, actually. And one that we usually find ourselves on the bad side of, except for the fact that we are nobility and we are occasionally making the laws. Fuck these rich people. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall a man in this photo. Wait, no, hold on. I fucked that up. But I don't recall them as a man in this photograph, eh, couple? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he's dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, his victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
That's it? That's all?
You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
I love the circus music just fucking out of nowhere. It must be noted that you've been arrested for a grand deception, however.
The Mario Brothers full outfit color schemes, distinctive hairpiece. One's tall, the other round. One of them's super Italian and jumping around, and you can basically hear him saying "Wahoo!" every time. Yeah, might as well. Uffa, with this attitude, we get to know, eh? He's really a sulking now.
This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary.
Oh, Capcom is playing over this game. Nah, they're fine. This is an old game.
The inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover.
Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event on the park on the day in question. No? Eh? Eh? No? Not that, not no? Eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gretchen was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed.
Very well. And then offense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Yes, my lord.
The man in the photograph.
Look at this photograph. We had more than 100. Okay, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people. 1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. The redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the couple here. Here's the Magnetissimo Animale. The what? Hello? Nobody else can attract so many people. Oh, animal magnetism. Got it. If I could be born again, I would be the couple. Or those people when it was their money, Peppino? Is it £4 per week?
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, is that we did? Because everyone is paid us 5 shillings. And we can't take their names, and we take their money. And we take their addresses as well. Then it's only take us some days to let them know by a post. E finito. Maybe 2 minutes a person. You got a little something on your mouth there, like on your lip. Just something, just like get a napkin, maybe. Who let you have pasta in the courtroom? Hello? Hello? Who allowed this? We start early in the morning. We stop late in the night. So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune, is it? Master, help me. I know that inflation's also a thing, but I don't know how that turns out this. Is that a lot?
Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with?
Thank you.
One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair.
Jag don't förklara the man in this photograph, couple. Because I imagine this being over 100 years ago, 5 shillings nowadays. Actually, no, because now you use pound. No, you still use pounds. Yeah, I don't know. Pounds are the general note, I know that much. My ignorance is showing. It was 5 shillings and then 5,000 shillings. No, I don't think so. And it's the way, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist.
If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, no, signore. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I'll never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
He's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. I read that wrong.
Capo, you didn't see a man like this, eh? No, I don't remember him, and obviously, I assure you he was not in the park.
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? I will only have 1,000 red hair carrying around. That is just an eyesore. But there is some other information you could give us. Maybe then we would recall. That is not lying, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, eh?
Wow, these fucking idiots just gave away the game. $5,000 is really? 5,000 shillings is a pound?
How small is a shilling?
Oh, 500. Wait. I don't know if there's a typo in there or not. But still, 38,000 pounds. That's a good chunk of money. I want $38,000. 20 shillings. Okay. There we go. That makes a bit more sense. Nah, you're good. I was like, some of those numbers don't seem to add up properly. That's fine. You're good. Thank you. I understand now. So what, a shilling is like a nickel? But anyways.
If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache not was much color, then I do not think I would have forgotten him.
Cosmo and these two had only been shown that photograph. They've been told nothing else at all. Hold on. Let me look at the photograph. Wrong photograph. They've only been shown this photograph and nothing else. So this is obviously a hairpiece. His mustache is a different color. Did he just say something weird? I don't think he did. Other than the fact he said, we do not remember him. We are sure of that, like giving away the whole goddamn game. No, that's blood. That's very much blood. Wait. No, we're pretty sure that's blood.
There was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache is not much color, so I do not think I would have forgotten him.
Yeah, it'll make itself clear. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example... Yeah, because his fish and chips aren't in the picture, but... I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair would help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly?
Not really. I was looking only at the ends of the applicant. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips anymore than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or the spaghetti. Me, I love the spaghetti because I'm absolutely an Italian stereotype.
Really? Really? I had no idea.
Says it again, you said before, Peppino. Si, capo, si. I say it again and again.
Alright, I'm gonna go back, because I think I can get something better from that. I don't think the fish and chips was the right answer. Must have been something else, something non-visual. Yeah, definitely his name.
I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man with red hair would help you remember this. You're right, because he was using a fake name, so I'm sure it was something weird. What if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson. Yes. Names, they are boring. I did not list any of them. Oh. It was not a real interview, eh? It was just for the show. However, I remember the names. That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph is not here, as we have already said. I see.
What seems little to be gained from pursuing this point further.
Doesn't make... No, I need to pursue this point further, because something's not right. Would they, though? Is that a thing that would come up?
Hold it!
I guess so. But I don't know why telling them in detail works when I was really hoping that the fish and chips thing would... I can certainly appreciate that, just blah 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 blah. What if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man is a photograph. A detective. Yes. It would appear he found your notes in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Are you sure about that? Because Peppino over there is kind of raising his fork. Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? See, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark, by any chance? Eh? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your... Hi, Punisher. Welcome. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have already said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What?
Good lord!
This motherfucking idiot. Love to see it.
Order! Explain this vote.
Volte-face? Volte-face?
Vocational testimony witness.
You simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, I have forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this games in the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not the two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. But you're inferior to me in every other way. So shut up.
Objection!
Oh, good. The person you learned the slam from. Oh, Todd, is the damage is done?
Indeed it is, sir.
Louis, there was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever, then.
Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, so is it proof. See, the cop boy here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? See, I don't think it was Sholmes, because Sholmes was there specifically to get the money, and he said that he was recognized by the interviewers, and also he would never say that he was from Scotland Yard. But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? Hi, babies. It's going well. All the lawyering is happening, and a little bit of the detectiving too.
This is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord?
Cultural, no incognito inspector would offer us identification or inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely.
Won't he expose his true identity?
Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo, Capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, "You're under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico. And look, here is the identification.
So you stole it from the man?
He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true Inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them. Too bad, they ain't yours. Maybe I need to look at those.
Now, let us return to the witness's testimony after I investigate this thoroughly.
Metropolitan Police Warrant Card. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Well, that's not a surprise. There should hopefully be a name in here. This makes sense, it's 1900. There wouldn't be a picture. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. No, Tobias Gregson. Sounds made up to me. Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia. Looks genuine to me. But how? And the department identification number details are all correct as well. Has one of you known those? Do you mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable! This is the real thing after all? In other words, whoever killed him took this and... But why would... I don't think they stole it. I'm wondering if the person who killed him took it and used it to have so that Gregson would have a quote-unquote alibi for being at the park the day before. So the fact that they couldn't prove that he was alive or that he was dead earlier than everyone thinks he was.
Now, let us return to the witness's testimony.
This victim has nothing to do with us. But we only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, eh? True. Oof, we are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we show the horrible picture of a dead man, and now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. No, you're the con artist, but whatever. Hey, Capo. No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. That's more like 1,000, but still. Eh? You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Hey, Capo. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place. By the way, while I've got a couple people here, I'm considering for that goal for reaching the full chair of adding something that should hopefully be a little bit simple, adding a new VTuber cosplay goal alongside the Diva stream. But I'm not sure yet. What do y'all think? Do it? Add it on? Well, you guys better fucking work on that chair then if you all want to see that. But no, that's a good idea. Especially because what I'm thinking of shouldn't necessarily be too difficult, but should be fun though. Cavola, you promised to say, eh, Capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day.
Oops.
See, but it's an easy mistake to make, huh? The first, the 31st. Oh, I have no sympathy for you. Are you... Is he telling me you bought tickets for a ferry 30 days from now? Wow, you really did fuck that one up real hard. We were all day late for the boat because you... Okay, no, thank God. It was only the day before. Okay, that was the other possibility I was thinking, but for whatever reason, I was like, is that right? Okay, thank goodness, that's less terrible. But, still, was I live? And it's only because he is a so-called great detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. Is the holy punishment, eh? Pino, for the last time, this is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Ah! Don't blame Groot for your unholy mistakes. You're making me you're making me sink with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. No one's questioning that either. Oh my god, quiz. How? How is my only question? I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say... Rest in peace, Quid. They don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. Maybe lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. Speaking of Overwatch, by the way, before stream started, I got my gay robot... Well, I haven't bought the premium pass, but I got my gay robot skin for Echo. Oof. Rest in peace, Quiz. I mean, you probably... Were you able to, like, get a refund and, like, change and get new tickets? But... It seems to me like we need more information. Definitely! Oh. So what, were you just stuck there for a month? Or did you just have to buy completely brand new tickets? Oof. Rough. That's just an excuse to go back to wherever you were at the end of the month. Because you already have tickets to come home. Go visit again. Why not? Alright, anyways. I'm sure you is not in the park. I'll have to answer for it. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place. This victim has nothing to do with us. That's the easiest one for me to be like, here's some evidence to disprove that. Ah, I see. I understand. So, the victim has nothing to do with us other than the fact that we got this. Objection. Nope, music is still playing.
Who bear something the devil in you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Rude, very rude. I want that strike back. This is the easiest one to potentially disprove, but... I wish I could prove that you have red hair. Only a little bit. Only a little bit safe's coming. It's fine. This only has Reaper stuff. This doesn't have the Red-Headed League on it, right? Oh, except, I mean... Except for this, I guess? Come on, we know that there's a connection. We've pressed them for all we have. Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. It's actually pretty easy. Because they don't know who this man is. They don't know who he is. Objection. But we do. Yes, the new thing, I should have done that. No, should have done that first. I'm stupid. No, I'm not going to say that about myself. That's rude. Hey, bad Rika. Don't call yourself stupid. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade.
Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel?
Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's. No question about it.
It can't be.
As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Except he never went to the park. Someone took a stab. Is it Dolores? Okay, down there? Oh, on your ass pretty hard. But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. Which is why I said he was dead when it was taken. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose some out, report it at once, you'd say. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? What are you saying?
Unable to. You're not suggesting.
Yes! It's quite possible that he was killed before he had any chance to report his identification stolen.
No! Order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know nothing! I done nothing! Pull yourselves together, Pepino. Mon Dieu, you can... Well, no. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? I wish I had returned to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Allow me. Stop your whining and start talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail.
I know nothing. I done nothing.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. Or you will dry your eyes and testify again.
They're pronounced the same in the correct accents? Oh my god, I need to check that.
About these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
De Rossi. Wait, hold on. For crying out loud. Let me look at that. Peppino De Rossi. Fabian De Rossa. It is pretty close. It is so. Isn't that already so? I guess it could be so. Rosso. Rossi. Rosso. Yeah? By my limited understanding of accents in general, they're similar. Rosé? Oh, they could both be. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for this night at our secret hideout. You did what? Hello? Y'all? Even though I didn't think he was a detective, I was too careless to let him go that day. Just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut out the room next to ours. This might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go. But yeah, no, holy shit. We spent the night in a nice room. It wasn't nothing like prison, really.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man.
But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. It was a very comfortable and calm and happy. Aye, capo. It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Oof. So you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got to take to the ferry wrong by one little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favore, capo. It's not fair.
You saw plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
I don't believe this. How could he have been a mere detective?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Oh, absolutely new place to go examine. After we're done with today's portion of the trial, anyways. The truth is, we took him prison and kept him for the night that they're where? Tell me more. Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. And I keep slipping into Italian when I'm trying to be French. What is French? You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there is nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. And this was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, this is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this hideout of yours?
An old empty house behind this park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was inspired by the capo here.
An impulsive ideal, I would say.
No. Not impulsive. Inspired. Capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? It was in the house described that you can find Inspector Gregson, was it? Oui. But you have to remember, I was as impressed as he was a pretender, and not a real inspector. It is. Well, they said right next to the park. So yes. My question is, but it's not the same place where we found him dead. My question is, they still didn't describe him differently. I'm still curious to know if the person that they imprisoned was actually Gregson. I don't think it was. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you're right. Though we couldn't be completely certain. Even though I didn't think he was real, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. Too scared? Why? Because when he comes to the park, he didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to police and blow the whistle on us. Even he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good.
However, see, you may be right, Capo. No, they said he let him go. They said that they let him go, so I don't think so. The point is, we are not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take someone prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I ask myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name is said, but the address, it startled me. See, address Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said. What? Hello? This definitely wasn't Gregson. Like, Gregson's not this stupid. This can't actually have been him. What? They probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked them why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing? It wasn't him! We know it wasn't him!
Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say?
See, we did. We took the identification and shut him in a room next to ours.
That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that's the one.
What makes you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen the real one, of course, but he was suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be falso, capo? Oui, it is just what people said. We're convinced he was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to teleport all his money.
I'm a gay robot.
Iris Watch, welcome. Oh, speaking of which, I should do that thing real fast. How you doing? I'll also probably turn off the desk for a moment. Some things happen, not a lot of things happen, some things happened. What did happen? We've been talking to these two fools. I'm messing with stream elements real fast. For one, I forgot to turn off deaths, and for another, I need to make adjustments to our diva timer. Say that. Yeah, that's good. Okay, say that. Oops, wrong button. There you go. There we go. Okay, back to it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's you. They imprison someone. Also, they're very much stereotypes. Hell yeah. In for a penny, in for a pound. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go. What do you mean by a little tussle, exactly? Oh, he was nothing. Just a minor incident. The first inspector, he was a real piece of the work. Piece of the work. Eh, capo? What happened? Oof, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, eh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape to the ventilore. You blame him? We chased him, Monsieur, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Yes? Yes, I can? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and sent him back to the room. Sir, sir, what are you chewing on thinking so loudly? Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Hi, me. Something Mr. DeRossi just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavalo, at times like that, you don't want to have the cup after you, believe me. And I speak from my personal experience. Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put your red-headed league plan into action, I was scared. It was not a fair to capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, eh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, capo?
Bruises, you say?
Ah, you want to see, huh? You want to see my fantastical bruises? Wait. Yup, he was strangled around the neck. We saw someone else who had that. Who was it? Who else was... It wasn't you. You? No? Yeah. You have a similar bruise around your neck. Gossip! He was the one who took the... He was the one they imprisoned. And he matches the description that they gave earlier. That's enough now, Pampino. No one wants to look at any part of you. Wow, that's rude. Fucking harsh. What did you do, eh? I showed you, or I don't. I showed you, or I don't.
You do, now.
Allora, if everyone wants to see, then I do it. Jesus Christ. Ecco, you see, it's very visible, eh? Jesus Christ, how did you make a bruise that's so profound around the neck and so large and so just like it's still there? That was a week ago. You said before you put the plan into action. That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house? He did, Monica, he did. We were just looking at that. He was the one that they captured. But so that means I don't think he killed Gregson, but he definitely stole his identification. And that's why that was why he's so weird. Wristwatch. Sorry, did I say Monica? Did I say something weird? My brain's not working all of a sudden. Apologies. Oops, my bad. I did? What the fuck is wrong with me? I thought I said wristwatch. Alright, as recompense. Ow. There, punishment complete. See, the cup. Thank you for the junk mail, by beast. Thank you for the bonk. See, the couple sometimes he is a very rough and... I'm sorry. You know, quiz, that bonk might have been very good. The bonk might have been well timed. Because my first thought is, phrasing. Phrasing is very important here, Peppino. Phrasing. I'm just gonna end it there. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we were talking about the... Ah, thank you for the junk mail wristwatch. What we were talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Council?
That's also true, Quizmaster. God, put this spaghetti. It's also the ring is important. Mr. Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Hi, Capo. You see, everyone is interested in what I say, eh?
Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi.
See, if you really wanted to know. tried to escape, but the couple put a collar on him and he dragged him back. Like what he did. Oh, he used a collar. He used a collar. Where is it? There it is. Thank you, Monica, for beating me to it. Thank you for the bonk. Kinky.
Hold it!
Are you saying... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Punisher, for the hard eyes. Are you saying that red mark was caused by... See, a big collar made from metal leather. Wow, Andy's a leather daddy, too. You ever just say things without thinking? You ever just say stuff? A leather collar? Thank you.
Is this true, Mr. Durasai?
So much bonks. Thank you for all the bonks. What? We had the Saint Bernard. What? We had the Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. So much bonks. So many bonks. Fair. I could keep going. I'm seeing jokes making themselves right there in front of me. The jokes are happening. I'm not into this, Quizmaster. I'm just saying. I can see the jokes happening. Get the digital spray bottle for them. They're the ones who need it. It is a souvenir from that time. It was a very strong chain. You're not making this any better on yourself, my dude. The horny is so strong with this one. Okay.
A strong chain?
And you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry. I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to a leg of the bed, though, eh? I would not have tried to run again. What is with this game? There was so much happening. Oh my god, they get freaky. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treated the people equal. Here's the couple years motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The couples are tough, but the couples are rough. Clearly, Peppino likes it rough. Zero thoughts. Thank you, my beast. Fuck. Ah. Oh, dungeon for sure. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Pino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. Now you know, eh? The couple here, you don't want to tangle with me, but for the inspector, it's not so bad. We spent the night in a nice room. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool.
Objection!
Oh my god. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it wasn't like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only... However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Control?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph. Look at this photo of the victim, Inspector Gregson. Look at this photograph. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. Every time I do, it makes me cry. Anyways, how do you not recognize that this... It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Be obligatory. Of course it was obligatory.
Indeed, that is most peculiar.
But what do we tell you, eh? Oh, she said this from the beginning. Many times. Oh, oui. Pino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we had captive that night. Which I already figured out. I already knew that. Hi, thank you. Yes? Where's my prize?
Order.
It would appear, then, that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Here.
Wait! What the fuck? Hold on. Let me see if I can adjust that. What the fuck was that? Why was that so many? Thank you, Quizmaster, for the bits. Why was that so many? Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Okay. When I set this up, I don't think I ever expected to get that many at once, so we're just... Let me set a maximum on that. Okay, that would help. Oh my god, I'm actually crying a little bit. That was so funny. It went on so long. There was so much. Oh my god. Amazing. Okay. There we go. Let's max that out so that doesn't happen again. Holy shit. Amazing. Okay. Thank you, wristwatch. Oh, wait, no, it's still not. It's still hidden. Wait, did I have a... 1 second. I think I have a minimum on there. I do have a minimum. Okay, let me reduce that as well. There we go. Oh my god, that was so funny. Thank you, wristwatch, for the bit. Okay, moving on. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. You, also, dumbass, were the one who said that it was taken off him after he died. And we also know the inspector had made a note about the red-headed leak in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Thank you, Beast.
Go to the defense with some plausible explanation, Counselor.
Oh my god, it's mentioning pepperonis in the URL for that one. That's amazing. The whole thing defies explanation. And it's for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruto. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the red-headed league's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, why don't you help us all to see whatever truth is that you've apparently seen?
Who exactly was the inspector that appeared before Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi?
Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson.
In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished.
What?
There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pit to a post with the dog collar. Jesus, really is rough. Mon Dieu, Peppino. How is that so harsh as you say? I mean, if you're leaving marks like that, the answer is yes, you're very much as harsh as he says. So who was that the first inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that?
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not?
What has happened to his lip? See, listen, the man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead.
It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising.
What?
The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Oh shit, am I gonna remember his voice?
Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately!
Wait, don't know.
Well, I've never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now what's going on here, eh? I've always... Hey, Carson, hi. Thank you for following. Welcome, hi. Hope you enjoy your stay. I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say?
I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you?
Someone about Inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again.
And you, Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We're in bigger trouble, eh, couple?
It's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
Witness testimony. The inspector and the identification revisited. As a man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. Oh! Stop doing this to me! Here's right, see. You think we want to forget these grand lips, eh? I'll never leave Fresno Street, alright? I'm no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I'm no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Doesn't look like I carry off a disguise with a face like this. Boy, that was a whole lot of nothing.
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you, eh? There is no need for this pointless testimony.
Ugh. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book?
Did anyone tell him about that? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, Counsel. Very brief.
Ugh. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. At least I have the smartest person in the city on my side. Ugh. Neck. Wretch. The man who claimed to be inspector that day was definitely not this man. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to answer the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this? Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And also, I say there's a chance that he didn't have his lip that bad a couple days ago. But who knows? And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you tried to wring my neck. You tried to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh?
No, that's a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me.
For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London.
So you maintain that you've never seen this man before?
Oui, c'est ça. I swear it by the flames of my hair. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, I think I'm onto something. Y'all, I think I'm onto something. I wish I could move between these two faster, but I'm onto something. I'm onto something. I'm onto something. Mr. Vigil? What the fuck? What happened to you? Is this why your wife never sees you? Because you're actually just pedaling on the street? But wait, why did you leave? No, it's too neat. That's what it looks like. Hold on. Right. That's right, you're right. He was fired. I forgot about that. Because he was the chief warder with the whole professor situation. Right. I remember now. Took me a second. I recall. Lost his job, didn't want to tell his wife, became a peddler on the street, and got real dirty, and a busted lip. But the swollen lips must have been recent. Because I have a feeling this is the man that probably, because this is the man that that they had captured. Flames on my hair. Either recent or something you put on, yeah. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Is it right? See, you think we'd forget these grand lips, eh? Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. Is that what I am saying? For some reason, it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? An eclair? You know, I've never seen hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, eh? And maybe all of the people from this amount of country have these grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never laughed, and that's a damn lie and a half. Oof. But, yeah, also his nose is all fucked up. That's a problem, see? That's right, his nose is also, like, busted. Everything else about him is the same, though. It's the same man. So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip? Or should I say, Mr. Vigil? How many times do you want me to say it, man? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any Redhead League. Wait, how do you know about the Redheaded League? Did we tell you about that? Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing that he's doing. I was like, So, you've heard of the Redheaded League, have you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to goes on what's going off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Well, just between us, I even got Sandwich to cough up for it. The man who doesn't definitely not have red hair? Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. No, that would make him Rudolph, not redheaded. Who knows? But as you can see, my hair's not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me still lying off some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me.
Oh, paddleball. Yeah. Mr. Dorosai. Oh, oui. Can I help you? Punching bag? Oh, it's definitely one of the more, there's, I don't remember what they're called. Speed bags. Did Mr. Gossip's word just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day, when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your Redheaded League, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What?
Mr. Gossip, with a housing agent? Picture could I think the picture's also 10 years old, so. Oui, I had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms.
No. You're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the cupboard is right. I remember it too. He was a pain in the man with the bank notes.
With notes?
Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, eh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? Okay. You motherfucker. You're the one who owns the room that Gregson was dead in. No! Because that's a name we all recognize. I'm a peddler of tidbits and information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talk to me about my personal life.
Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objection.
Objection!
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious! Do somebody object, prosecutor Asoli?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh?
So your real, excuse me,
Hold on, there we go. So your real name is Hugh Boone? Oh, just between us, I like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in this town. So I haven't been able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse.
You do?
And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vocal redheads on there last time. Aye, if I the one of Mrs. Volga, it's not to me. Think again, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone.
The question is, why was Gregson in his room? And why was the notice board full of papers about the Reaper in his room? Those be the questions that we need the answers to, my good sir.
So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along.
It makes a big difference. It makes a lot of difference. Hello? Hello? Hello?
So, you live in that room presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then, why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. A man was found dead in your room that you rent. My dude, this is very important. My dumbass. And let's fucking go, Mr. Vigil.
Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to.
It is... Actually, Quizmaster, you kind of have a good point. But it's not necessarily that the Reaper is the reason he... Well, no, because he lost his job because of the professor. Hard to say. No, well, that board's not mine. And the inspector must have brought it along. And there's all the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. Hello? The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Well, obviously, I'm not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no one to bother, to be honest. It seems to me that Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that?
Hold it!
But we know that this isn't true. You mean you have no family? No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passersby.
Hoping just between us this is, that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along.
I don't think so.
You may be right.
Anyway, that mark in your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore.
Well, what's the fun to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're on an impasse.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. We're all thinking it. Stop. Please, just stop. No, you know what it reminded me of? It's the fucking door stoppers. That's what it is.
Well, there's nothing I can do but flick my lip.
It's like playing with the fucking door stopper as a kid. Like, you played with all your toys. It's just like, there's this thing that you sit down by the wall and you just go back and forth a whole bunch. And you just go hours of entertainment. Especially when you're going to visit grandparents and you don't have any toys there. It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof.
And you're basically saying I was dressed up and posed as some French inspector, aren't you?
That as well, Punisher. That's also a good point. It's very much a cartoon. It's going like,
well, it's beyond me. How you think I can do that?
I don't... There's a lot of things I'm thinking.
Hold it!
Like, maybe you could, say, with a mustache or with a beard to cover up that lip.
Aye, perhaps. But I'm always going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen. I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Pardon? I assure you, my lips are entirely unremarkable. I would ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, Consul.
Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Yeah, that's something too, is that the lips at least are disguised. The nose, possibly? Or it might just be broken. Well, Inspector Gretchen did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So perhaps he was hiding something himself.
You could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size.
And anyway, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the cop was right. He was clean shaven.
They certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim.
Aye, and does as it is. It's also possible that's not like completely a fake lip. He just knows how to like make his lips swell up in a way. Ew, no, Punisher, no! No, I don't want to think about it. We're not doing that. No. That's a lot of blood. Luckily, thankfully, it's not much else. You're lucky it's all blood in there and nothing else. No Dr. Pimple Popper. It's gross. I hate it. Don't like it. It's not my thing. Don't want it. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto? God, I hope so, Quizmaster. That's the only thing I hope would happen, is you pop it. Do any of you remember the episode of the Powerpuff Girls? Where they fought the giant monster thing, like the giant fish monster? Not the evil clown. The giant fish monster. And it was the episode where the professor made a big old mech for them because he was afraid about them getting hurt. And it literally ended with him popping its lip and it just went all around. That's exactly what I imagined, because I'm pretty sure it was also popped in the lip. Also, yes, for those who are not here, I made an adjustment to the goal. We have added a goal onto our chair. When we get the Diva chair, and not only... Yeah, the dynamo. When we get the chair, not only will we do an Overwatch 2 stream that is purely me playing as Diva, which I still need to work on the throwable for Nerf this. I'll get to that as soon as I can. But I also had an idea. It's like, why not? I'll do a little bit of a VTuber cosplay. I'll make a new outfit. for that as well. It should be fun. So if any of y'all want to see it, you can take guesses of what it is. It should be pretty obvious. But if y'all want to see that happen, y'all know what to do. While I drink my tea? Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It'd be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. You know what, Punisher? You're nuts. I'll be, well, now I have to think about it. I had a very simple idea at first, but that just made it more difficult. But it's like, that's actually not a bad idea. I mean, the diva, obvious. Oh, you know, that's a good idea. Let's go find, everyone pick out, like, some of your favorite, like, diva outfits, if you know any of them, and maybe we'll do a vote on which one. Because I was just gonna do, like, the regular outfit. Like, her regular, just normal, base skin. Black Cat's a good idea. It's a good idea. Perhaps, yes. But nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And it's identical to the one that Mr. De Rossi suffered. Yes, that's true. But why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Alright, hold on. Let me look at our evidence. Uh-oh. Someone has contributed. Thank you very much. I didn't see a name attached to that, but thank you. We're now up. Oh, and it also did automatically? Amazing. Thank you, Throne. We're up to 81%. Wonderful. See who that was. I don't see a name. Is there never a name? Biva and Black Cat would be good ones. Those are good ones. Those are good ones. But I'm thinking probably Overwatch 1 more than Overwatch 2, but either one. From Anonymous. Ooh, that explains why there's no name. Well, thank you for the contribution to the chair. We're very close now. We are 19% away. Yeah, Biva and the Black Cat are both good. Police Diva for the Ace Attorney streams. Ooh, and Overwatch 1. Ooh. Now we have a bunch of ideas. We got 4 ideas. I want to write these down real fast. And yeah, I'll say Overwatch 1, Black Cat, Viva, Police or Officer. Okay. Alright. So there's some ideas going there. Anyways, so here's our evidence that we have. We have Mr. Vigil. Oh! Ooh. He said that everything else in that room is his. I already know what he's lying about. Hold on. Oh, I mean like the base Overwatch 2 skin? Like, because there's a slight difference between her base skin for Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. But anyways, you have no... Oh, I'm sorry. You have no family, no kin, no one you care about.
Objection.
What a shame, what a shame. Oh, but that's also your room and everything in it but the notice board is yours? If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. Look at this photograph. Look at it. And don't tell me you laugh every time you look at it. I presume, as you've been rinsing the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what do you mean? I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Control, what do you mean?
Alright, raise your hands. Who said that all this was disguise? This face was disguise. Who said it? Hands up. I can't put my hand up for all y'all to see, but you know what's up. Wristwatch, Quizmaster, you guys win.
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Or should I say, Mr. Vigil?
I bet that's not even his real voice.
Witness, are you so hiding the truth from this court?
God, I hope we don't pop it. I hope we don't pop it. Dear God, don't pop it. Just rip it off. That's all I ask. If that's a disguise, then underneath that, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he can really be. My lord, the defense believes they can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No. Please. No. Please. No.
Very well then, Control. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Boop.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Ah, shit. Hold on. I got pissed at myself because I noticed the goddamn pun! And it took me... I should have seen it last week! How did I not see it last week? Daily Vigil. He was a warder. He was a guard at a prison. He keeps a daily vigil. I fucking love this game. God damn it! Okay. 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 Okay.
I don't recall that name, Control. Who was this Mr. Vigil?
A pun worthy of a booing. Yeah. There have been a couple of names like that in this game. It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil.
What? What?
From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men.
And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we need to know where we could find you, of course.
And that explains why you've been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now you just hold on. Now just you hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about, really. It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, but please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. Rousseau and Mr. Dorothy, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Wait, hold on. Why are they suddenly... Okay, sure, why not? I don't care, this is funny. No, stop. Get off. Please, don't. Uh-oh. Wow, his hair was a fucking mess, wasn't it? Oh, thank God, it just fell right off. I mean, yeah, sort of.
Well, we are now showing your true features, I presume.
Wow, they got him changed out of those clothes real fast. Where did those come from?
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary!
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm so glad it's gone. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. DeRossi and Mr. DeRossi in the park,
Was you
disguised as the inspector. Or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
the chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. Probably rubber. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there's a great deal on the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Christ! God damn it. I mean, as far as we're aware, they don't have kids, so... I mean, that lip definitely, would definitely kind of keep, suitors away. Not to be rude. But it's just like, you okay there, pal? They don't look kissable. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. Times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. Yeah, it's been 100 years. Things have not changed. Things have not changed. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank in the name of Hugh Boone. And I rented this cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. Right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. And transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Oh shit, they do have kids. Fuck. Did not know that part. That part's news to me. My bad. Alright, the protection didn't work. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. The rubber jokes come back. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you can hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Oh yeah, 100%. He's dual wielding the swords here. Of course, neither of those are offhand swords, so it's gonna be terribly unbalanced. But still.
Very true. You have come to your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
It was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Huh? What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
Uh-oh, the plot thickens, my dudes. I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. That's also true. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? It was to impersonate the inspector.
What? Impersonate him?
You were his body double. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit offices tomorrow and take a statement from the beverages.
There was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquishes identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Holy twists and turns, Batman! Well, at least we found Vigil. We can tell his wife to stop looking for him. And then he's still alive, you know, that's so good.
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Wait, shit. Fuck, he's right. Damn it. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. No, that's not entirely what I said. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Defense, for proving it. Oh shoot, we in trouble. I mean, to be fair, it's Ace Attorney. We're always in trouble. When are we not in trouble? We're not in trouble the 5 minutes after the trial ends. That's about it. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense.
Wait. We can still get a lot of information out of Vigil. I think we need to keep talking to him. Please, help.
I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it.
Hydrant posture, thank you, Maya. Oh, good idea. What did you miss? Well, we have a small issue. By thus proving that, the Redhead League, the man they imprisoned was Vigil. And Vigil was the one who had his identification book, and it was probably given to him by the inspector. We kind of broke our case for the idea that, well, we're breaking our case a little bit. That said, we still have much to discover.
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness.
Kazuma?
What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Kenshin Asogi. You're not going to be allowed to ask this question. I know you're not.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh.
Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally.
It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. Mr. Vigil's memories of hold on. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know. I do understand that. But even so... Professor Asogi, Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death?
I need you to trust me. Please.
Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. He was drugged. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 2 years is a long time, but I've forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. I mean, he didn't leave, he was fired. Violated Clause 132 from Manchi's Code of Conduct for prisons. All rights are identified and fully revoked. aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of the convict Genshin Asogi just prior to his execution. Exactly. He thinks he resigned. I don't think he's lying. I think he doesn't remember. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
Why are you describing PTSD? I mean, definitely what it is. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another.
Seal of Orichalcos. Yep. The card games on motorcycles. The original card games on motorcycles. Yeah, you might have repressed the memory. It's entirely possible. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps as I've pointed out the contradiction with what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Honestly, purely out of curiosity. Boop. I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Oh, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is the dismissal notice, ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment.
A dismissal notice.
And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine?
So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barkley.
No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it?
If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember.
So we decided on the outfits for the Diva poll. Overwatch 1, Black Cat, Diva, and Officer. Question is, should I do the poll here? I should probably do the poll here while we have a fair number of people. So I'm going to go ahead and put that up. This won't be like the definitive poll I might have. There might be opportunities to add a little bit more, but we'll see. Now remember, the cosplay only happens when we get the chair, not before. But we're going to have Overwatch 1, we're gonna have our black cat, Eva, officer, and should we add a fifth one in? Because there's space for one more. That's fair. You make a good point. Especially because you're right, because I am the one that's modeled them. That's a good idea. I am kind of curious, though. Like, in that case, then, forget the poll about the outfit. I'm just curious, what are your favorite Diva skins? Because I do love the Black Cat. It's very good shit. Alright, bye, Maya. Hope working ain't too bad for you.
According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on June 17th, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison.
Ooh, the New Year one? New Year one was good.
The 17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution? Oh, I'm sorry, Maya. Good luck with the inventory. Inventory, I know sucks. I know that shit not good. It ain't no good. We don't like it.
Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave.
I feel like it is too, because it mentions that you helped him break out. It's very important. Let's keep reading.
The convict came back to life. In the cemetery, in the middle of the night, there was a witness, Mr. Enoch Trevor.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. We still don't know who fired the gun! Who fired the gun? Who killed Genshin Asogi? And the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up.
Mr. Vigil? Normally you're supposed to coax these things out gradually and comfortably. This is not how you do this.
Yes. The whole prison. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head. It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. The reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Trevor.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? Lowgate Cemetery. At plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Can someone please help him before he faints?
I'm sorry, Daddy. Well, this is a serious business, but I cannot help you now. Well, I'm sorry, Daddy. This is serious business, but I cannot help you now.
He is getting faster.
As Chief Warder, you're responsible for overseeing the execution of it, eh? Well, it seems the fellas is caught me all on. I have a few words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
I feel like I'm gonna get dizzy just watching him spin. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Oh, it finally happened. He passed out. Did someone get a pillow? No one got a pillow? Why did no one help this man? We knew this was gonna happen. It was telegraphed that past like 10 minutes he was about to fall over.
Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once.
Good job, Cosma. You traumatized him.
Courses adjourned for the day with immediate effect.
Shit.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks.
His name is Zeeks?
Cosima.
You're calling him Zykes.
And Gregson.
Oops.
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
To be continued. Immediately continued.
Even Von Sykes, it sounds like Zeeks. It does sound like Zeeks. Oops. Learn something new every day. That's fine. That's fine. November 2nd, 3:38 p.m. Holmes' suite. I still can't quite believe what just happened. No. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to a hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? I mean, maybe a little bit. Reno! Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? I think it's indicated that he jumped out the window. You think he was pushed? Interesting idea. Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh. No, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. But the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. Yeah, based on what he was saying, I don't think he helped either. I think he was accused of it, and kind of the blame was laid at his feet because he was the chief warder. But whether or not he jumped or was pushed is still unclear, because it's still possible that he knew that his time was up. He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important for him. Maybe. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. He's either... yeah, possibly. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I'll finish this month's manuscript at last. With barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Yeah, that's a good point. What the fuck are we doing now? So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing is increasingly clear. Lord Von Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I mean, in the Ace Attorney universe, we know that possession's a real fucking thing, so... I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Possessed by the Reaper of the Bailey. Maybe. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Von Zieks has to be innocent, you see? What? The day before? Yeah. Kazuma, our dear friend, is the son of Genshin Isogi, but we only recently learned, all of us, including him, recently learned that the professor was his dad. Or at least the man who was executed as the professor, I should say, because I'm still not 100% convinced that it was him. But we're moving on. Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There's some unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Ooh, that sounds like all the makers of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh, I have not yet. I should. Reminder as well, you can always send stuff. Well, you can always just send stuff to me, like, hey, just talk on Discord in general, or suggest stuff to the throne if you so like. Either one is good. Oh dear. That sounds more like something incredibly devilish. You must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I mean, we know who to talk to. I never imagined I might have to be investigating Inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same thing as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. Oh, thank you, Punisher. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. I mean, he's a detective. He was probably investigating stuff. Or perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Now I want food. Now I want fish. Oh, wait, I have fish. Wait, now, do I have fish? I do have fish. I had fish yet. Wait, I had fish the other day. Oh, right, I have pizza. I think perhaps we should try to move away from fruit analogies. Well, anyway, Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Is that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? No, definitely not fish pizza. I don't like anchovies. I've never tried anchovies. I don't really want to. Or sardines. That's right. To ask Mr. I just remembered that I have pizza. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Please tell me it was St. Sinners. Ah, it's St. Sinners. Gee, what a fucking shock. There's only one hospital in all of London, just like there's only 20 fucking people here. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Ooh, gummy pizzas. That's amazing, Reno. You found the lady's husband already? Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. Oh, absolutely. It calls... Carson, I don't know, like, okay. So this game has juries that it supposedly pulls from random people in London. Dear God, we somehow keep the same people over and over and over again, and like the same people just keep popping up across cases, and even like, you're on the jury, you have a connection to this case, God damn it, apparently. Anyways. No. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. As long as you've ever seen anything Ace Attorney related, that's fair. They're fun games, they're good. But also, everyone in these games are an idiot. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregson? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Jenny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. She's adorable. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol? It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. And I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. The answer is yes, but not the kind of gun you think it is. She invented it, she made it. It can do all sorts of things. Let's go and see what we can find out. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna go and go see Vigil. Yeah, she was always the Watson. Well, yeah, because her name is Wilson. She was always technically the Watson, but in her, because she's the one who writes the books or the manuscripts. It's all her, baby. She's a genius 10-year-old with a medical degree, or an engineering one, possibly both. November 2nd, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Why is he always here? Chopper? Yes, actually. But smarter? Like, Chopper's pretty smart. But only when it comes to medicine. Everything else, he's a bit of an idiot. Iris is pretty smart. Why on before, actually. I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward? A cheerful welcome message, perhaps? Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Oh, look at that. You were spot on, Mr. Sato. It is full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Once I had a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. Oh dear, what terrible treatment. That's fair. Also, it's like late 1800s? Early... correct. These must be the patient's treatment note. Although technically, her father was the original Watson Wilson. He was like Sholmes' partner until he went to Japan to as like a as a professor essentially. And then he died there, and we still haven't fucking told Iris that he's dead because we're apparently idiots. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. I'm gonna assume he jumped. I feel like that's talking about our boy Vigil. Someone needs to keep a vigil on this man. I mean, I wouldn't want to do it either, but the longer we wait, the harder it becomes. Also, she's pretty smart, just... Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you've lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. Yeah, he doesn't appear to be here. And I can't look out the window. I don't look at that. What's this? Huh, patient treatment notes. What do they say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed. Jesus Christ, Punisher! I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Will his endlessly obliging parents be open for him and say, "Be my guest"? He wouldn't say it. He would sing it with a candelabra. Let's check with its core later. Let's check with the core with the doctor. Oops. Where the hell is this man? There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you're hungry. I'm worried that you break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato. Well, we appear to be missing Mr. Vigil. I guess we have no reason to be here then. Von Zeeks, you got anything to say? Local prison, cell 1. Lord Von Zeeks is reading. Lord Von Zeeks is reading. Look. It doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Holy shit, he's being nice. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm sorry, I know that I know that you're boyfriends and all that, but boy, this is still wild. Wild moment for this to happen. So weird seeing you be so polite. Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. I have a feeling this isn't a compliment. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. Excuse me. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. Thank you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? I have questions. What do you mean? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper. because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything?
But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you.
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization? Is it Strongheart?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case.
It's Strongheart. It's definitely Strongheart. All this plays into what he wants to do as well.
Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean... Oh! He suspects Gregson.
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
No! No! Gregson? The Reaper? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Belly is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. I say that Gregson, he was behind all those awful criminals meeting the...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations.
About to be exposed, or about to finally be like, fuck this, I'm done? I'm exposing the Reaper.
In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
We don't actually know who carried out the killings then?
Actually, I do have a name.
Hello? Excuse me? You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or, if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Sheen.
Oh my god. Alright, I'm back. I had to take my headphones off. I just had to take my glasses off. I had to head and hands for a moment. I just you know what I need to add? You know what? I'm gonna write this down. I need to add for my avatar. Oh fuck, I need to add the little loading bar so I can put that on my VTuber here. Cause boy, do I need that right now. Okay. Alright, ideas written down. Thank you, quiz. I feel like this and Daily Vigil are very much on par, but I'm amazed that this one was quite so immediate for me. I guess the way I said it, Asashin. Oh, fucking goddamn it. Is she Japanese? Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asashin. The true name of a terrifying art. Wait, what? That wasn't her. Hold on. We never learned her name, did we? The true name of a terrifying Kara. Yeah. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. That was her name? God, it's been a while. I don't remember. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and met her Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Interesting. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss... No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely the man was her father. Asashin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Oh, shit. Oh, hell. I'm sorry, I'm still reeling from the pun. Wait, but that just means, did I completely just gloss over that the first time we heard that earlier in this game? Cosima, isn't it? Cosima Stogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Nothing but respect for my friend. Thank you all for proving my continued ignorance and inability to notice jack shit. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. That's true. When we first heard it, it was just a name. I wasn't... That's true. You make a good point, Carson. Thank you. And like, we knew that she was a killer, but you're right. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. Oh my god, yep. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father, Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man's pawns in politics, in economics, in war. You mean like they are today? In many ways, Asogi was carving out the canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint von Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? We just keep learning more and more. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. The Clint van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a pipe! You're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of them, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, Advance 6, alright. We've got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me.
I think you're right. Actually, that would be a good point. If the Reaper organization was getting their start... That's a good point. The Reaper organization was getting their start at the time? Or what would later be known as the Reapers. I hadn't considered that. Yeah, if what would later become the Reapers are the ones who killed Clint and framed Genshin Sogi, as well as killed the other nobles, that's what makes sense. Because I'm almost certain this man was not the professor.
They whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened.
Exactly. I think they knew that he wasn't the professor, and that's why people at the prison tried to help him escape.
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him, on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought that it'd come to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Come on, Von Zieks. Let's go. Oh, right. Hold on. You're still in prison. Bye. If he's dead, I swear to God. Nah, they wouldn't do that. Maybe for the final trial, for the final case after this, he'll be dead, but not this one. I thought it yesterday, and I'm thinking again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Oh, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Father! Oh, is that your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are?
Shh, 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 shh. Mikatoba, don't say anything! Yeah, no, Punisher, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Because he was good friends with him, with Mr. Wilson. They were close. Oh no.
Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. She's been such a wonderful friend of me in the last year, you know?
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps I go some way to explain that bright look in your eyes.
Don't make the connection. Don't make the connection. Don't make the connection. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier.
Oh, thank God, I don't think he knows that his friend Wilson is her Wilson dad. Fucking God damn it! Oh, you're right, he definitely should know, but...
As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Really? Stop reading my mind.
You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so, and really nice to hear. Praise me more.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday in Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
Shush you. I wonder where Judge Shigoku has gone to. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? Thank you for the bonk quiz. Also, no, I just like being... Everyone likes being told they're good at something, or they did something good. Deserve a good girl every now and then. It's not a praise kink. I'm just a Leo.
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday.
I'm just an attention whore, that's all. Why do you think I'm streaming?
Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Von Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Beric, the younger brother of Clint Von Zieks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon. Did you say Asa Shin?
Stop it! Wait, no. Don't stop it. Shit. Don't stop, but also... Thank you.
You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Uh-oh. Hey, guys. Here we fucking go. Oh no, a friend of yours was killed. Professor Mikatoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. I'm glad that my flustering is entertaining at least. I'm proud of that. That's good. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? More, yeah. Dr. Wilson is up in that great hospital in the sky. Oh, yes? You just try to leave me behind. Good, while they're away, I can tell you about her.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. The name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it?
The Great Morgan, this guy, that's so much darker!
It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett, Assassin. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? What terrible secret did he have in connection to the professor? Iris knows nothing about that case. But it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not.
How hilarious would it be if 5 minutes after we tell Iris that her dad's dead, her actual dad comes back and is just like, no, that was a completely different John H. Wilson, different man entirely. No connection.
Well, I can't tell. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
What? So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all.
Still,
it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
it's entirely possible. But also... that's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. I haven't seen Judge Goku for a while, have you?
Guilty! Ha 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 ha!
But that guilty is the only way here.
No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either.
It's...
I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have to go on to explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. Oh, okay. So, the first trial... Okay, so Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, what we're playing now, is technically a compilation of the two Great Ace Attorney games. The first trial of both of those games take place in Japan. Jigoku is the judge in Japan, and also a friend of our assistant is Susato, her father is Mikotoba, and Mikotoba's friend and the judge of the Japanese court is Jigoku. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself?
Oh yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial.
The close trial of Kazuma's father.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so we took her to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my.
He also said some contemptuous word about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh dear. Although, it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Yes, I think... Well, I think what's interesting is the one here in Britain is the one that looks more like the one that's in the other Ace Attorney games.
Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Oh, yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
He looks... Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." Why is this in... wait, hold on. Why has this been in evidence? For what purpose?
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
Hello? Excuse me? Why is this in the court record? Why is this important? Why is this important to the case? What's happening? I don't see how this could be important. No, no, that's so true. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
You want me to do... What? Father, what is the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact.
You want me to be a state-sponsored defense attorney? Sure, why not? But I haven't even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
I wonder if the fifth trial, though, like the fifth case after we're done with this one, is going to be actually going back and redoing the professor case. That sounds like it's something we'd probably do. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes. She's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though.
Oh, quick stretch.
You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes. Alright, hydrate, will do. Thank you, Punisher. Good idea. We stretch, we hydrate, we stay alive. You won't leave, will you, Reno? Bonk. Thank you. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me? With a will of your own, bitch! Let's go! Do your own thing.
Well, if you'll excuse me now.
Oh shit, Punisher activated the DDoS attack. Oh no. Oh no. It has been triggered. Ow. Thank you for the DDoS. Anyways, so the prosecutor in this case, Kazuma Asogi, our best friend, we originally were on our way to Britain with him because he was supposed to be the defense lawyer. Stuff happened. We thought he was dead. Full disclosure, we thought he died in the second case of the first game. This is the fourth case of the second game, and they're 5 each, so this is like number 9 total. So, we thought he was dead. Turns out he's not dead.
I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. Please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Coming back home? Don't you have a family or something, maybe? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asa Shin. Of course! It's so obvious! Her name is Assassin! Wait. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Sholmes, I have a question, sir. How the fuck long have you been here? When did you get here? How did you... What? God damn, this... Screw being the world's greatest detective. He's the world's sneakiest bitch. Mr. Sholmes! Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I trust the task? Quickly now, who? The man that just left? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. Yeah, he finally fixed his hair. Took him a few tries.
I see. Well, he looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this assistant.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry.
For once? Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes, but isn't exactly now then?
You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversation.
Okay, there you were. So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows.
And off he goes. Boy, he's fast. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes! He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once! I think he was behind it, not underneath it. And I'll run a call to cab straight away. And off they go. And there was me, thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Well, time to fucking run. Where are we going? Shit. It's not a toy. It's very dangerous. We're just gonna start investigating some more. I'm gonna assume there's nothing here for me. Now, this is exactly how we left it. All three of you are standing exactly as you were 24 hours ago. Are y'all okay? Are y'all mannequins? Are you the robot and I'm the human? No, that one's preposterous. Mr. Vigil, have you finally appeared? This is the world Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. Oh no, why was it British? To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, there he is. The lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I had exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. I just missed him. Oh! Cosmo beat us to it. Said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, after all these years. I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. But perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deceptions, but... It wasn't me that helped the Professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true! Oh, Mr. Vigil? I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. There were a lot of P's in that sentence. A lot of popping word starters there. Popping plosives, they were. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was there. Of course, because his features are so indistinctive, people wouldn't be like, I don't really remember what he looked like. Then they meet him again, it's like, yeah, I guess you're what he look. I guess that's you. That's fine. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, it's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. At the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. I see. It was at midnight on 17th June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of that place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Corpses! Corpses, of course, would not be inspected. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes.
Once the coroner
had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Logate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. Ah, I see. And the chief warder was, unfortunately, you. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. The executioner and the coroner, so Scythe and one other. Who was the executioner then? They're the other person who knows what happened. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Logate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Logate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Yes, we know one of them was Dr. Scythe. We don't know who the other one was. At the time, Stevens. Obviously, you knew the man then? The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Please tell me you were such a, an honorable and really cool, just chill dude. Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. They wanted him dead fast. That is not how normally that works. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Brennan and Chan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially establishing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw a short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember he was struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean, exactly? He was a cool dude! He was not the professor! He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But that's not the same thing. That's not the answer to the question. That's not the answer to the question. Oh no. Oh no. Clint. He killed Clint. That part's true. No. I think that Genshin Asogi killed Clint, whether intentional or not. I think he killed Clint because Clint was the Reaper. He was the one. He was one of those starting. He was the professor, or he was one of the, or at least he was one of those that was. Because the Professor case was not actually a serial killer. It was the beginnings of what would later become the Reapers. I need to play more Sea of Thieves. I'm almost there with the Gold Hoarders, I think. I need to become Pirate Legend. What was I saying? Wait. So they were becoming the Reapers. He found out. Genshin found out. Potentially dangerous situation, accident, intentional self-defense, I don't know. He killed Clint Von Zeeks. But he had there was nothing he could do about it. That still doesn't necessarily explain his actions a couple days later, trying to protect Barrack. But, or at least in returns to, like, in the days following Clint's death, I don't know, but I think he did kill Clint now. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Do you remember what it said? Can you tell us? As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, do you see? What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? Well, that is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? Well, that's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he had the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But, you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you disagree, to keep quiet. Disagree? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Only weapon I have left. No. Voice is hard. How can a will be a weapon? Hey, they say the pen is mightier than the sword for a reason. I had to pretend I'd seen nothing. I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Sogi's execution. That, or it just had, well, it might have a lot of stuff on it, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in the cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. For Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can all have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? That's exactly what I was thinking, like, only Vigil should have known it existed. Which means that either Scythe, at the time Stevens, or the Executioner had it, because they knew that Governor Caden would not want that thing getting out, whatever it was. You wouldn't want that to I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as will. What he said was the Asogi papers. The Asogi papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory after jumping through the window. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. What an interesting story he just told us. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I didn't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. What will all become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my undoing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes, you surprised me. Hi, yes, why are you screaming at me? The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Yeah, I don't want you to die. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. That we don't know. That's a good question. If there's anyone who might know more about his document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Berkeley Prison. Oh good, we get to go meet Caden again. I do love his voice that I have made for him. And his Scottish accent. It's fun. November 2nd, Berkeley Prison, Governor's Office. Oh, back again, are ya? Yes, hello. Are all about your investigations? I read the reports just now. You found them, eh, Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anyway, the laddie don't know okay no more. So you case not to do a Buckley. I wanna luck it to get the wrong idea, but of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Ah, come here. You can very well. So, over to your handcuff biscuit. Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. Oh, what brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. So? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell.
This is not a name we should know, by the way, but...
I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Aren't we supposed to not tell anyone we know that they're called this? Hello? Excuse me? Weren't we just told? Ow. Then on I say, Cranston's is nothing to do with things that might have happened in Barclay. Lay the past in the past, lady. Let's not foot about you irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Oh man, that is boss execution, and the whole music for escape. Oh, Barclay's darkest hour, right? A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The colonel confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney sight. Him as chief warder at the time in Vigil was in charge of the whole affair. Oh no, neither do I. Because, notice how he completely ignored the fact that the executioner was not mentioned. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. Rascal and Sarah, eh? More on, Goss. Oh, how can I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. Can't have Magneto's your enemy. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I don't know what to say. What else is Vigil trying to get out of it? Do you not think he would have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You would not say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I could assume no responsibility myself. I should not let him deceive me. Actually, it's better anybody that kens what went on at the time now. The Krugs now been murdered, and Dr. Saite forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. I want to ask about the executioner, please, just let me. And I'm not dream of sending you packing on lock him here. Here, take a handcuff at you. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. We don't want to become a maniac. I suppose. Yeah, is anybody that wants to kin about what happened back then? It'd be that loss in the forensic division. Mariah Gorey. I'm sorry, did you say Mariah Gorey? That Mariah Gorey? The one who also didn't put a time of death on Gregson's autopsy report? Same Carson. There is so close to Mariah Carey. Well, you know what they say, all I want for Christmas is a conviction. But yeah, no, there's so much conspiracy happening here. Like, I'm not just smelling it, I am looking at it, I am poking at it with a stick, I am chewing on it. I'm chewing on the conspiracy. It tastes like kind of bland, actually. Yeah, but they want the conviction. Maria. It's probably Maria, not Mariah, isn't it? Maria Gory? Hey, size daughter. She don't have no more. Just the one. Oh, good. We get to meet the terrifying daughter again. Oh, no. But also, Why is her name so different? Is she married? What do we mind for it in the month? What's that? You know, have a seer with a scalpel in their hand. Ah. Mama, what is this? Ah, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Sai's daughter, Maria Gori. Excuse me. Oh, you don't want to hug her. She will... The moment you go in for the hug, she'll have scalpel out and your skin will be gone in a matter of moments. You'll be cut open fast. I am my mommy. Mommy. Alright. To do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Sai's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Aye, there's a family history, I'm sure, but I'm not getting the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mum working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself. That's true, the gas mask kids were much better, especially because the moment they actually had the real mother is like, oh, nanites for like fixed things. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. That's true, but the angels are worse. Perhaps. Anyway, she isn't had a corrections autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the way Lascar is loved to mum stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. I still love that the doctor was like, go to your room, and actually worked on those fucking people with the gas mask. Fucking worked. Oh, changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gordy herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget all the professor business. Can you not get out on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. Sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay right now? Leave me alone and not come back here, eh? Well, I would, except... There's one last thing to say. How do you come to kin about that, laddie? There's no man if folk even here in the prison who has those papers. Ah, well, I can't tell Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professors, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're an informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? Also, my name's not Jimmy. It's Ryunosuke. But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Ah, but it's no. You're off a laugh cock there. I think it in a fax for it. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Hey, let's have a wee look around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Hey, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Written with a calligraphy brush. Why do I have a feeling these are probably fake? Of course, I'm gonna either read those Japanese squeakers. But Amanda says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. There's also something's missing. Something's missing. This isn't everything. We know this isn't everything. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. That's true, she could be lying. But it doesn't make sense. No matter what, if they were that adamant about him not having paper and pens, they would have destroyed the real papers. They would have gotten rid of it, like, completely and entirely. It wouldn't just be here, and he certainly wouldn't be showing it to us. Letting us go out with it. And also, they should have been sent to his family back home, but they weren't. These are fakes. Or at the very least, it's not everything. It's only what Genshin wanted them to find, or it's what they made up. No, because I still don't think that Vigil was lying and that they couldn't find anything. There's no mystery here, Larry. That's your lot. See, he's very particular about the fact that there's no mystery, there's no secret papers, they don't exist, we did not lose them, nothing happened. And if anyone tell you otherwise, they're right liar am. It's entirely possible. Could be both, actually. Hard to say. After all the Stromish of that hold on. Stromish? Oh, that Sleister. After all the Stromish of that Sleister of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his crown in Japan, and that was the end of it. His possessions, except for this paper. I think not to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer if you did not make no mention of them outside. I prefer if you did not make no mention of them outside this office. Rather, I will not just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest level of our government. I understand. We're gonna go look at those papers, by the way. Because I don't trust them. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland and family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. There has to be more that's missing. This can't be everything. Strongheart! You got anything you want to add on to this shit show?
November 2nd, British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Asogi.
My lord. Kazuma. Wait, don't get back here and look your boyfriend in the eye. For more than 2 seconds. He left without saying a word.
Yes, what are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Von Zeke's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries.
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42. 43.
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Does Prosecutor Sogi believe that Lord Von Zieks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, that Lord Von Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of the criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful!
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide in his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believe Lord Von Zieks was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
So the last one was the professor's? The trial of Genshin Isogi?
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Von Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Von Zieks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say that what goes around comes around, but also I don't think that's what's happening. I just don't believe it.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Kazuma is?
I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, which is exactly why I had Gregson kill. I like things running like clockwork, obviously. Definitely did not have him killed. As with the great clock in here, I will tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Again, that is why I killed Gregson. And now that you've heard that, I need to kill you as well.
Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. A little bit. You're not the first one to make that connection. It is very Ospinish. Very gear heavy.
If the young man refuses the best with the other part of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps like a fascist that I am.
What do you mean?
Not something with which you need concern yourself.
That's my best friend and boyfriend. And my boyfriend's boyfriend. And my boyfriend's boyfriend's boyfriend. So, please don't kill my boyfriend's boyfriend. He's my boyfriend.
In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
Thank you for the lurk, Beast. We might actually end up, as soon as we get to the next save point, we're going to end it. Because we've been going about 4 hours. But we'll be there soon. And Caden's not streaming tonight, so we're not going to... So we don't have a hard out of any kind.
Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we are miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Isogi?
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you! We still have a lot left in this day because we need to talk to both Gory and we need to talk to Asogi. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. That's like what happens when you and your friends, like a best friend, get separated for a few years and you come back and realize you have completely different hobbies. It is a sad feeling that I am all too familiar with. Well, that's enough of that. Okay, yeah, we still can't go down to see Mariah Gory, so... November 2nd, Prosecutor's Office. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner, it's his habit to sit side to style whenever he's working. Kazuma.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Also that's even worse. Luckily, I haven't necessarily had that situation happen, but that is certainly a troubling situation. Also, ow, welcome back, Mario. Ow. Ow. I'm not used to having long nails. I just scratched myself something good.
Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Sada-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father.
Then I'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Beria. We were heading across the ocean from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I've lost my best friend forever.
I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. There's a narrow little room. There's a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck.
Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point?
Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There's just this voice in my head. You have something you need to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain.
How the fuck did you manage that?
Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had two feathers in my cap.
One being your knowledge of English, I suppose?
That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. It must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world.
Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So, how did you end up becoming Lord Von Zeke's apprentice then?
Well, that can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting.
You put Strongheart and coincidence in the same sentence, and I go, sounds sus, but okay.
That's when the second feather in my cap came to play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back, after the trial involving Drebber.
Yes, I did.
Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Oh, not childhood friends then, just a few years.
Mark my words, Rinosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago.
Thank you for the hydrate, Nico. And the pasta check. Welcome, welcome. Say hello. So, in the previous trial before this, we kind of had a feeling that it was him, but he was like the prosecutor's assistant. He was not the prosecutor. The prosecutor was still Von Zykes. But he was working as Zeke's assistant. And it wasn't until after the trial that stuff happened and he finally regained his memories. Hi, Nico. How you doing?
16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. My last memory of him. What I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. Six years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. That was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father.
The Asogi papers! The real ones! He has them!
What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What does it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Never mind. Incorrect, not the Asogi papers. Oops. My bad. Oh no.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years.
Well, shit.
Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. Yeah, that's really fucked up. No, I don't think Zeeks would have sent that. There are 4 other dead people. There are 4 other people who died. It could have been, who knows who it was. It could have been anyone. I don't think it was Zeeks. It doesn't sound like something he would do.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku.
To the other visiting student.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off.
Get too deep for him.
But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Lord Von Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out the Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Beric Von Zeeks is the real Reaper.
You're still going with this?
And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No! He was merely saying that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it.
And isn't that exactly what you're doing now, Kazuma? You're doing the exact same thing that you condemn Zeeks for doing, whether you know the truth or not.
And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life is taken by the Reaper.
He's been blinded by rage. Kazuma, what do you make it? His father did him into killing someone. The answer is probably that he did in fact kill Clint. That is my guess. Hazuma, I'm trying to give you something that has nothing to do with fine. Alright, fine. Well, shoot. Lord Von Ziek's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Saiza style. Saiza style, actually. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Von Zieks when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly.
Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute.
Fucking calling him out. Lord Von Ziek's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles all neatly lined up.
Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the cast to the bottling of their contents.
Gosh, she must have a really tough time being his apprentice.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He's so particular about it all, he refused to let anybody else touch any of it. It's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird. What the?
It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Oh, yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case?
Apparently so.
Alright, interesting, fun. I like that. It's cool.
Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work.
Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Oh, be proud of the things that you do and the things that you make. Proud of the shit that I've done recently. But I guess that's everything here. Shit. Wait, they're what? Where? Oh, yeah, them? Don't worry about them. That's just... Sorry, that's just Fred and Nancy. Nothing to worry about. And their family. Ah!
You just started the bats, did you? Fitting companion to Lord Van Zieks, wouldn't you say?
Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. You're right, I could look at the Clint painting.
Perhaps you have to like the birds who attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course, they're mammals.
How about a sparrow for you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing, sorry. Just thinking out loud. How about an eagle? Eagle's good. Do you know who the man in the portrait is?
Why would I?
What? But you're Lord Von Ziek's princess.
Yes, a princess, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. Kinda takes up most of the room if you really think about it.
I would have the first idea what the man decorates his office with.
I mean, you could just look around. You'd have your answer. I was hoping for something more interesting to come out of that. Alright, we're just gonna go run around and see if we can find some stuff. Nope. Bedek, how you doing? Hi, yes, have you seen this?
What's that?
It's something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. You're not the prosecution. You're the... I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? Alright, well. Well, shoot. He's just used to being the prosecutor. He's not used to talking to us like this. Do you have any ideas? Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. That was not helpful. In the slightest. Thank you. What you got, Iris? Oh. I'm missing something. Well, you're still here. That's interesting. Not helpful, but interesting. This grandfather clock is fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down.
Immoral on the guillotine. A friend's execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can't chop.
Hands off? Hands off, you mean?
Evers, no. Carrots and parsnips and so forth.
Oh.
In place of ours, carrot at the bottom there in the morning, by evening they'll have been cut clean in two.
Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. Now, is this bird alive? I've never expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner.
Let me go! Did it kill me?
Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells?
Ugh, no. He was one of their siblings, you see. I just still calls out the names of his two young brothers like that all the time.
You named his brothers Let Me Out and Do Not Kill Me. Okay, cool, great, love that. Good job, Governor Caden. Hayden. I don't know.
Let me out. Did it kill me? Aye, hear you, laddie. You don't sit down red, then I do.
I don't want to be in this room anymore. As much as I like doing your voice, I don't want to be here. At least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it?
I don't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. Bleh.
I imagine that even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? What am I missing? I tried, the problem is it won't let me show anything to, Vigil. That's what I was trying to do when I examined him. Because it's not letting me talk to him directly. So I'm trying to see what I might be missing. We still haven't seen Maria Gori, but there's no way to get down there. It would be here. Oh wait, maybe we present... Governor Caden, would you have a look at this?
Oh, I don't know. Wouldn't you rather have a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, no thanks. I'd rather you just cast your eyes over this.
Or maybe a real handcuffs, eh?
No, neither for me, please. Lovely offers, though. You are not my lover, you do not get to handcuff me. Don't know what to... I've talked to everyone I can, so I either need to find something to investigate, or I need to present something to someone. But I don't know what. What are we missing? Wonderful internet features in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the world famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruto? Stragivore. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. Don't need to be here. There's no one to talk to here. This was make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruto? With such a grand desk? Who? Me? No, I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have so far to go. How true. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Literally nothing to do here except for leave. You. It has to be you. There has to be something here. What do we have? You still don't want to look at it, you son of a bitch. Oh, here we go. There we go. Oh, right. This is why we need to see. This is how we see Maria Gordy. Thank you, Christ. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean? The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report? Yes. There were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard Autopsy Laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Okay, now we can go see her. Thank goodness.
Ryunosuke, I want to thank you.
What for?
For this.
I feel like he probably knows.
You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Regardless, it's where he died.
Well,
it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Haruma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Really? Karuma? It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you.
It was an honor. Now kiss. Yes? No? No? Okay. Maybe after the trial.
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Von Zinks given what's happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well...
Unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I would expect nothing less.
Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey.
Fight, fight, fight. Peace, peace, peace. Oh, good. We're back here. Maria? Not that I don't love what you've done with the place, but you have certainly changed things up a little bit. I kind of like it. Not gonna lie. Very adorable. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits that are sected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the corner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Well, that part's cute. Everything around it is creepy. What was that? Maria Gori. Dr. Gori? What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis and an expertly sharpened scalpel, cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, she's constantly about to just flay you alive. Any of you ever seen Shaman King? It's what Faust did to Mantis. She's just gonna do that. But I do like the brooch. The brooch is nice. Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No. No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. We could do it later. Call. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Oh my goodness, we see a face. I was more curious about what other information it would have on her. I wasn't expecting to actually see her face. Hello? Maria Gori, age 19. The daughter of Dr. Scythe. Yeah, the caduceus symbol. It's a very common medical symbol. She doesn't exactly seem to have a social etiquette. Who the fuck am I? Who am I to judge? I don't know either. Well, we came here to ask some questions, so... we have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. I'm trying to remember. Because the staff of Caduceus... Oh God, I'm trying to remember my mythology. It's been a while. I know I've heard the story of why it is. Because Hermes is the god of travelers, medicine, and a bunch of other stuff, right? Like, it's connected to that in some way. No, you're right. That is Apollo. So why is the Caduceus a Hermes symbol? That's a good question. I forgot about that. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Oh, absolutely. Yes, Caduceus, just like in, words, Critical Role, that Caduceus. Apollo gave it to Hermes? Alright, let's see here. This? Can I ask your opinion about this? Don't forget, you're responsible for putting my mama in jail. We're sort of responsible. That's a little bit on us. We do have a date with her the moment she's out, or at least I hope we do. Why should I help you? Okay, hold on. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Oh, I have a feeling I know what she's about to talk about. His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. Ah, okay. I understand now. I feel like maybe I have heard that story before. I don't remember. Regardless, point is, this is exactly what I expected. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded the time of death. That's not my fault. Oh! That made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. So, why doesn't the autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Miles Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Lord Strongheart came? Said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and other evidence, it was obvious. Fuck! He's covering it up, motherfucker! Damn it! The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on November 1st when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Don't... Shit, you're right. I love that doll. That doll was great. She does kind of remind me a little bit. Yeah, but the doll was much nicer. The doll was much more of a cleric. She's much more of a necromancer. Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions... Oh, absolutely. I kind of figured this out. I kind of figured that Strongheart has to be the one in charge of it all. Because he's the motherfucker who's constantly like the cogs in the machine and getting people out who don't fit anymore. I have a feeling. Oh, I get it. So Zeke's was starting to investigate, was starting to realize what Gregson was the Reaper. Gregson either outlived his usefulness or was potentially starting to turn on his head and have second thoughts about being the Reaper. And so Strongheart was like, birds meet stone. You're right, the doll is more warlock, but like a celestial warlock. Healing kind. She's nice, I like her. But anyways, so, he's like, okay, I'll kill Gregson so that he can't tell everyone what's going on, and I'll frame Zeke so that he gets arrested and, executed for it, and he'll never find out what's going on. Because both of them are starting to not be useful anymore. The cogs in the machine must turn perfectly. Then sooner or later, you're going to go to the same way as your mother. Give it here, then. Huh? What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us! Indeterminate. But... The details of the autopsy report have been updated in the court record. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have been coincided with when the gunshots was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. Oh, she wrote her phone number, her date, and address? I really hope that that's not my time of death. That being said, now we're kind of the choice of mother or daughter. Which one? They're both good options. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory, or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo, that Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators that size in the vicinity. Oh, yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My Mama... carried out the autopsy of Clint von Zieks as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord von Zieks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson. Oh no. It's all coming back into circles. Where's my red web? Where's my clipboard? Where are my notes? Where are my red strings? Let's fucking go. Oh dear lord. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer.
Absolutely.
And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean?
It means the autopsy was carried out because they already knew that Genshin was the culprit, and
Beginnings for that thread? Yeah.
anyways, because they needed someone to pin it on, and they needed the miraculous autopsy to find the person.
Anyways. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing cold autopsy happened right here in this very room. Professor and Clint von Zieks. They both spent their final moments before the burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of this country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother.
I wonder if you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory? The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I'm sure that she'd be able to, fillet a fish real nice. I didn't want to know. Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but... Now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean, because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by someone too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
Where is that going when you put it away, by the way? There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well.
Governor Caden?
The big man with the little handcuffs. According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
I love her eyes. It's who was behind the jailbreak all those years ago. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint van Zieks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John... Dr. John H. Wilson.
What? Hello?
Excuse me? That's right, my daddy. My daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant.
You're right. That's why John was killed. That's why Wilson was killed by assassin.
That's why Brett killed her, because he knew. But you've been gone for 4 years. Why do they suddenly think that it was going to blab about it now? Primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Mikatoba? Mikatoba is in forensics department. Don't do this to me.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Yujin Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikatoba was involved in something so important.
Mikotoba's life is in danger. Mikotoba's life is in danger! It is funny though that all three daughters of the three corners that were there are in this room again, talking about that case. Weird. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Isogi as the infamous mass murderer. But what was the evidence? How? One of the coroners is dead, one's in prison, the other one's here, in the city. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely, I would love to. Records, files, evidence, proof, words. Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade. Thank you! Let's see. Von Zeeks. Oh, that's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They're not here, I had a feeling. They aren't here. There's nothing under Von Zeeks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records. Herlock? No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name? Deep down I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Oh damn it, it's right. Iris? Oh shit. Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remembered something very important I'll have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. They're just his it's just his toilet magazine papers. It are just weird documents like that. Oh no, there's no need. You and Rena can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. And off she goes. Thanks. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Chom steal it, or did she steal it? Yes, 2 years ago. When the detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then too. That's the way it usually works, yes, but also wait, back up. Hello? Iris? Was I? I really don't remember. She was only 8 years old at the time. Or possibly 9, because it's been a year. She might be 11 now. Wait, hold on. Anyway, sorry, a mustache. Nope, still 10. Wait, Iris! I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. So, Friday. Chat? Yeah, hang out. No? Cool. You can bring the knives as long as you don't use them on me. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection. You know what? Ah, thank you for the bong. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint von Zeke's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Sholmes, get your ass out here. We have words. We be having words. Let's fucking go. Hello? We be having words? I want to have words? Where are the people to have words with? On a typewriter. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that moved when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Ugh, now I've made Sasata-san angry as well. Nope, there's no Sholmes here. Where the hell are you? Oh, this is new. Hello. What's with the box? Where did the box come from? The police are so busily investigating in here, then. But Sheena's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing with what her boss taught her. Well, I suspect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually... No, so, the outfit that, Susato, Ryunosuke, and Sholmes have on right now are all DLC outfits. They're like special stuff that's non-canon that they're all wearing. The mask that he has is not real. The mask that's on the table is actually Kazuma's mask from when he had amnesia. There's something different about the room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Yes, I want you to know what this is. Hello? This is new? This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. What's in the bag? I wonder who it belongs. There's some initials on the outside. Look. T.G. Tobias Gregson. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here.
Oh, what do you think you're doing?
Oh. Oops, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for the voice I gave you, Gina. Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Gina. Where were you hiding? I don't know. You lay something on a tin for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry got the crazy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Odo. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year? Probably not to incur your wrath, mainly. But also it has Gregson's initials on it, not yours, so... So here's the thing. Well, there's a couple of things. She is cute. She is our daughter. She is our daughter alongside Iris and... No, actually, she's 18. She's fine. But... she was originally a pickpocket. And now she's a detective. So we still love her. She's still great. He should hear him talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. Just saying, that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else in the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all the criminals that got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Von Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then, obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, what, eh? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It are details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't let me, they wouldn't flaming let me, cause I'm just a princess, apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. Ah, she got the skill, she got that sleight of hand. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Well, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a long list of them. All details about the bludgeons supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was regular the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. Uh-oh. So, what was the odd name? It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, no, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear. What a pity. Was it a Japanese name? It was probably a Japanese name. There's something else, too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. But no, if it wasn't an English name... Shin, it was. Don't suppose that means anything, but... Okay, that does not look good for Gregson anymore. Okay, now that's not good. That's not good anymore. That's bad. The fact that he knows that... Did you say Shin? 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 Whatever? Well, it does mean something. Lord Von Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The one who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating a lot. Lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before... That would be the undercover investigation into the redhead elite, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? We found some covert was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on that Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. But anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Toby! When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Everyone be prepared to boop the snoot. Damn it, she's not doing the thing. Oh, little Toby, he's such a faithful friend. Please, please do it. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Couldn't tell you though. Police business, isn't it? Ugh. Anyway, point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the L-Hound here. Right, because he looks oh so hellish. honest. I want to kiss the doggo. I want to pat his little head. Gina, about your hellhound there. I love this dog. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. I love this dog. I love this dog. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least. It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for a little demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? We have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Do we? Do we? Do we? Do we? This. What else? I don't know. Hi, Maya. Yes, we have Puppy. Something the Chief Inspector could catch. I don't think we do, actually. I don't think we have anything that actually has a scent. Except for... Oh, except for this. The revolver.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Boop the snoot, everybody. Everyone boop. Alright, so booping time has passed, apparently, unfortunately. But we're just gonna... I'm gonna say that you all got the boop in time, and it's good. Chief Inspector, wolf to that, Odo. Thank you for the boop by piece. Why did I not hear it? Oh well.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Thank you, Carson. Yes, I heard. I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much. And you got nothing else? I'll have a think. Do we have any evidence? What would help? No. Boop. Thank you for the boop. Photograph, candelabrum, red hairpiece, policeman figure, the revolver. Photograph, autopsy report, the Carson notice board. Firecracker, photograph, Gregson's watch. The only thing I have that might work is the papers? But I don't think I actually have what I need. I need to find Sholmes. Oh, we're trying to trace Inspector Gregson's movements. That's a good idea. Come on, Odo. What you got for him? Well, no, the armband's ours. This is ours. What's Gregson's is this.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Oh, that's a new reaction. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Hey, look, the booping time is back, and now it's not going away. Everyone get your boops in. While I take a sip of water. All of the boops. Thank you for the boops. That'd be amazing if the sticker actually hit it in place. That'd be great. Unlikely, but amazing. Okay. We have all booped the snoot. Boop. We move on. Toby, you good? Hello? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Look what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him, which we already figured that out because it has TG on it. Oh, alright. There's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it too. No, she didn't. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. It wasn't like that. It just wasn't. What are you talking about? I know it's growing through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we're trying to check the boss's movements. So let's W over with the boss's overcoat. And as soon as he done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Mr. Sandwich? What? Why would I go to him? Why would I go to him? What? Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had a hit him between the wooden boards of his. The boss's chunk. But why? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. It landed from the scene. Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grin, and you know what I said?
Oh, I thought I might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't have been eating it anymore, so... Well, that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less.
Was you adamant you had the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to the flog? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. It's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Is there anything inside of it, maybe, that might be important, Gina? I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind. Could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruhodo, be careful! It must be the trunk! Toby! No! Bad Toby! Bad Toby! Get down! Toby, please! I need my face! Oh, you're gonna lick his face off? So it's a good thing? Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Death by... Gina, quickly, hail a carriage! What happened? What just happened? Did we just get our face bitten off by a tiny little dog? Death by Mlim. Yeah, more or less. Dog licks. Let me inspect this before we keep. Hello? No. Have you seen this huge gash? This is what they. By the way, this is what their actual outfits are for Naruhodo and Susato. It's gone right through the letter and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Hello? Hello? What's with all the blood? Look at this dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. So I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. I think I'm good. I don't want to taste that. I think we're good. Let's have a look inside. Hello? Look! There's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Yes, to Paris. Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was Oh, what is it? It was for travel on October 31st. Just one day before the incident. Excuse me? What? Really? What the hell? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Or at least he intended to. What else is in here? Why won't you let me see what else is in here? What is all this? What are these bottles? Cause I highly doubt it's his shampoo and conditioner. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Name, Tobias Gregson. Date of departure, within 1 week from October 31st. Destination, Port of Dunkirk, France. Purpose of travel, police business. Notes, permission for the applicant and 1 additional person to travel. Now what happens? Am I still pretty? That's the good question. Who was the additional person? We know that Gregson planned on going to Paris at some point, and we know that he was going to take Gina with him. But that's not supposed to happen yet. Oh, Mr. Naruto, are you alright? Miss Susato? Oh, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. Excuse me. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking, my small terrier, most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Punisher. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh, the bottom of my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. I have a feeling he just hit his head on the way down. Whenever you feel ready, then. Yes, by the way, motherfucker, we need to talk to you. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean, the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, toned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over again. Yes, exactly, Carson. You, bastard, I'm grabbing your arm, pulling you in. Kiss later, but for now, tell me what you did with the paper. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. God damn it, Punisher! I didn't even think about that! Fuck! God damn it! Oh my god, this fucking game. The sex jokes write themselves! Oh, that took me way too long to notice. I don't want to converse. I want to go down to Sholmes' suite and I want to tell his ass off. No, no, no. He said spread it on your cheeks, not spread your cheeks, Punisher.
Herr mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat
That's Professor Mikatova. He is, for whatever reason, wearing A, Cosmo's mask, B, a shawl of some kind, C, Iris looks downtrodden, D, I don't know what this music is, E, he's passed out, F, I'm marking a lot of things. I have a bad feeling she knows about her daddy. Uh-oh. 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 Did he get drunk? Iris, what did you do? Oh, there is something broken on the floor. No, he's asleep. He's not singing. That's a radio. It's the record player behind him. What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Oh, no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Shit. Iris? What's the matter? Oh, she knows we didn't tell her about her dad. Who is that that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris? Is she even listening?
Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you sleeping so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation?
Well, that worked.
A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices to—
No, we're not doing this. Okay, apparently we're doing this. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Oh, great, it's time for a deduction.
The strains of reasoning within me are playing now was a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a more immersive theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris.
You turn as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. Just, not always in the correct way.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to music land where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Sherlock Holmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular.
The great deduction.
The game is afoot.
Topic 1.
The man's identity is quite obvious. Firstly, we should consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist.
I don't... A, because it's funny. B, I don't actually know when did it become public domain.
So, why is the man here at all in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. Your obliviosity offers our German guest to get just a cup of your latest herbal blend. The sheet's delectable flavors made the man's spirit soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. No, that's the record. Okay, whatever. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once into an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ornstein, the King of Germany.
Wasn't that Irene Adler? Isn't that the Irene Adler case? If I recall correctly.
If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude.
Some are public domain and some are not. Interesting.
A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow?
Iris, there's something in your mouth. The way you're holding yourself, I feel like you're holding something.
So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition.
I might be wrong about the Irene Adler case. I know that there's something similar. But, anyways. Oh, yeah! Wait, no. That's something else.
Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable.
Really? Wait. Seriously? And we're still talking like Arthur Conan Doyle written Sherlock Holmes stories, right? Oh, duh. Sunday being New Year's. I was about to say, that's still a weird coincidence, but whatever.
Which leaves us one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris.
Also because he's not Sherlock Holmes. He's an idiot. He's a good detective, but he's an idiot. So it's funnier.
But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth.
There's definitely something in her mouth, right?
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed and decided by His Royal Highness.
Wait, they did? Why? I haven't seen Enola Holmes, but I heard it was good. Why did they sue over it?
Interesting. Earn yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret.
No, she's definitely has something in her mouth.
And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement.
Holmes, what the fuck? Hey, is it alright if I correct your work?
Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
You're a very weird man.
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Mr. Salter, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Based on the Enola Holmes books. And those are the books that become... Okay, hold on.
The later Holmes stories portray the character in a different way on the basis of the Enola Holmes books, but those are not written by Doyle. They're written by Nancy Springer. Those are the books that can become public domain on Sunday. Wait. So, Uh. So, does the Arthur Conan Doyle estate own the rights to the books that come into public domain here next week? I guess they do because it would all be Sherlock. But so this version of Sherlock is not public domain, but this version is. It's kind of like how Winnie the Pooh is not public domain if he's wearing the red shirt, but he is if he's not. Oh, and you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning is entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Norhudu? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotch, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. So Doyle wrote 10 stories about Holmes in the 20s. And in those books, Holmes was specifically more considered to people in general and women specifically, and those stories were the inspiration for Springer's books. But isn't the current red shirt Winnie the Pooh owned by Disney? And they say nah. Oh wait, no. That's why that fucking movie was coming out or came out or whatever. Never mind. I don't remember. Okay, so Sholmes had his original run of stories, and then the Reichenbach Falls happened. Then he wrote more, even though he didn't want to. And then, so Springer's books were based off of the later books, and Enola Holmes was based off of Springer's books. And the Doyle estate is suing the I don't understand copyright law. I have come to see the great exhibition. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. Wait, so... Oh, okay, so her books are based off the later ones. Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure this out. Alright. Books happen. Some of those are public domain before others. 95 years after originally making a book, or 70 years after the passing of the creator. It used to be much shorter, I know that, and then Disney said, nah, I'll make it longer. But anyways. So, books were written, more books were written, she based stuff off the later books, and all of the books that Doyle specifically wrote are now in the public domain. But the ones that Springer wrote are not. But because... Wait. I still don't understand where the Doyle estate comes into this. Because Springer's book, I guess, were Springer's books made before? Oh, okay. I think I understand now. The books that Springer wrote were written recently, right? Is this correct? Okay. So she wrote books, and the Enola Holmes movies were based off of those books directly. But because they're saying that Sherlock was based off the later books that are not yet in public domain, that's the problem. Okay, now I understand. I was getting confused about a timeline. Yeah, didn't it used to be? It used to be like 50 years, if not less. I believe, Mr. Naruto. that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in now that we're back on track and we're off that tangent of copyright. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? Actually, right now we're not being lawyers. Right now we're being detectives. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's German. No, he's clearly not German. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Yes, the record player, that's right there in my face. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling was revealed by the herbal tea. So, what? Is some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I like to hear singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah! I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. End of Iris's gaze. You mean... this thing? Wait, this is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. Oh, okay, that's fair. It's still new. That's fair. It's fair. Sholmes, Sholmes is not allowed. It's his gramophone. Them, I understand. They're not used to this. Still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machine singing, that can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruto. What's right is changing too. Ugh, it's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruto. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is the gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged in my services in resolving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might prove problematic. And yes, we have his normal identity. We also write, we know, we're aware. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. Man warns by the name is identical. If memory serves, I don't think your memory serves you very well. It's got poor service. 1 out of 5 stars. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia. It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with this Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts? The boy whom he had at tears? Don't remind me. Or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask had been languishing on this metal chest for several days, though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it's now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. Hi, Professor Mikatoba. How you doing? Sleeping well? I don't believe it! How do you not believe it? It was... Okay, fine, it's fine. Fine? They're blind? It's fine. Father! I'm afraid, Mr. Salter, you must be mistaken. No! I think not, Mr. Sholmes. It would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. The mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Yushin Mikatoba. Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? Poor Naruhodo. Poor Naruhodo. He is so tired of everyone's shit. All the time. All the way back. Okay, we're good. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. So that's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. No, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all. Have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris' silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There's just some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. The metal chest? It contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father. That's right, she's not allowed in this chest. I forgot about that. This is her dad's stuff. If I'm remembering correctly, Iris insisted that the chest is kept locked at all times. She never once showed me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose. And entirely irreplaceable. Or, no, she's allowed to open it. Whatever it is she stole from the corner 2 years ago must have been in there. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. So it is! The autopsy report's in there. That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Autopsy report, let's see what it says. Yep, continue a reminder that about the chair. Once it reaches 100%, we'll do a full Diva Overwatch stream as well as a special Diva cosplay for the VTuber. Because I'm apparently a fool who just likes make things more insane for myself. But also, I like doing things in general. Making stuff is fun. Anyways, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection there's something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I'm gonna need to open this chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't!
Knockout!
He's dead. Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform at Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite that knowing point of the finger before? Mr. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. Oh, a key. Hello? That's a key she's holding, look! I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It appeared, as if by magic. That's strange. A big ol' iron key. Where did it materialize from? Iris always dresses in these frilly clothes, doesn't she? I've always thought this skirt is rather delightful. It's pretty sizable with all those frills. Sizable enough for us hours, not. You seem to be rather fond of that idea. But you certainly can't go investigating further. Does it look like that's what I was thinking? Oh, it was in her mouth. The key was in her mouth the entire time. Fun. Lovely. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Thank you, Vivies, for clipping that. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Rulo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikatopa also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? All that stuff flew up into the air as well, and it just landed on him? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Yeah, because that wasn't that scarf or whatever. Like, that was just the set piece on the... Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikatoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside... The mask was flung in the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the Great Detective's Office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? Yes, alright. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Reno. Let's conclude Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. And then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An honorable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes? It would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Oh, right, we forgot about this part. She is? From the look on her face. Mrs. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikatoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things have been broken here. But now the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here. Oh god, how fucking late? Oh god, how's it already this late? One final time then. After this, we might have to call it. Surely this time, at last, the knapsack is going to be the answer. I'm really not sure why you're so intent on showing Iris' bag to be complicit in these events. Because it's a sizable bag, big enough to be big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for. So, the knapsack might never see the limelight. You mean? I really wouldn't like to say. Jesus Christ, yeah. I mean, normally I would have ended 2 hours ago, but I was gonna be like, we'll just finish the rest of this day out. And then this day never ended. We're still here. What is with this coffee cup? They've forgotten about the autopsy report? Yeah, apparently. Mr. Sholmes' favorite cup. Or what's left of it. Just the handle. It was obviously hurled into the air along Professor Mikatoba. If only it had been this cup that caught on his finger before it hit the floor. Yes, but anyway, whatever Iris is trying to hide, it's clearly not the handle. It's probably... There it is. Found it. Ah, look! There! There seem to be more papers there. Is I was trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? Why would Iris have? We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document?
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint von Zieks had gone missing. Clint von Zieks? Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean, it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Oh, I didn't want to see Iris cry. That's how I wanted this to end.
Case solved. Deduction complete. Elementary.
Hooray. Don't kick the iris. In truth,
I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trap chest, but it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly late consulting Detective Sherlock Holmes.
I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is... Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing?
Your father's writing? What do you really mean? This is the evidence we need that her father really is the John H. Wilson that went to Japan. Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Ah, Father!
Oops, forgot about Dad.
I should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll be carrying him up. So will I. Oh, absolutely. He's been out for way too long.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew.
Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps this was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must take this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on. Alright. We've been going for 6 hours. I think this is a good place to stop it. Oops. And we didn't take a break. Oops, I need to get dinner. My bad. Uh-oh. No one tell Kaden and Wiz that I didn't eat dinner yet. Don't let them know that it's 9 o'clock and they haven't eaten. Alright. Make sure to do multiple saves. We're good. Alright, thank you all so much for joining me. Let me see who there is to raid. As we finish off here. What do we have? What do we have? We have a couple of options. Let's see here. Who have we done recently? Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty damn close, Carson. I'm pretty damn close. Oops. Anyways. Yes, thank you all so much for joining me. So, Saturday is going to be Ghost of Tsushima and Genshin Impact. So it'll be double stream, so that will be a longer one. Longer than even this, but it'll have double games. Fun times. Hope you all have a wonderful New Year's Eve. Next week, I haven't fully finished my plans for what I'm doing next week yet. At least on Tuesday. I have some ideas. I have multiple art things that I want to do. So I will probably start working on certain projects next week. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. You see? But we will probably do Thursday and Saturday as our normal stuff being... But things can change. We'll find out. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. I'm glad you all enjoyed yourselves. Let's raid. Let's see here. The other day. How about, do we want... How about some chill art for the night? Let's go raid Nox. Let me make sure that they're not ending or anything. They're normally not. They normally go quite a long time.